Okay, then we got a bunch of blue ribbons. I'm going to pull down here. That's not as fast as we can. Race harder with it. Keep them wide open. That's the part. Race harder with it. Keep them wide open. Good morning, folks. Glad to see you all bright-eyed, bushy-tailed here to watch our kids and grandchildren have a fun day. They put in a lot of effort, so everybody who shows out here is going to be a winner. I know there's going to be some that are happier than others, but we're all happy that they're participating and learning in the project. Our judge for today is Gerald Droppert. He graduated from Hawkeye Tech and did a lot of judging there. Has been a judge for more years than he wanted to tell me because it might make a statement on how old he is. He has a flock of ewes and goats that number above 350. He did have a regular job besides that and thinks he needs to go back to that so he'll have a little time in his life. Very involved in the sheep industry, always has been. He judged for us last year, worked really well with the kids, and we're looking forward to him placing our classes today. We've got the Greene County Queen here to help present ribbons, Ashlyn Frederick, and let's give her a big hand, too. So with no more to say than that, let's just get the first class of purebred Hampshire ewe lambs in here and we'll get started.
All right, our first class is the purebred Hampshire ewe lambs. This class consists of Avery Bardole, Jackson Turner, Brady Turner, and Isaac Carter.
Well, good morning. I want to thank the people for giving me a chance to judge this show again. We had a lot of fun last year, and we're starting off with a really nice, tough class. Getting all four of these ULAMs a blue ribbon. They're all really very good in their own kind. I'm starting off with this ULAM that hits me pretty hard as far as her presentation. She's the best handling across her top. She's really wide in that rack shape, comes out over there, over her loin edge, and out in her hook and her pins. She moves and strides out very nicely. She's probably the most elevated in her front. A ULAM, maybe I'd like to see just a little bit bigger bodied, but I think she just excels in so many things. She takes this class fairly easily. The next ULAM here that kind of follows her type and kind, a ULAM that has an extremely long bodied. My close pair was in the second and third place in class, but I felt this ULAM here was just a little wider in her hooks and her pins, very similar in their kind and makeup, a little harder to the touch than was the number 3. The number 3 is a really nice ULAM as far as her capacity and her growth. But I'd like to see her just a little bit wider in that hook and the pin, and she's just handled a little softer as far as condition-wise, a little further along. And then a ULAM too that I like her type and kind as far as her body shape and her rib shape coming out there. A little heavier up in her front, a little deeper in her chest floor than she is in her rear flank. But you had a really nice ULAM. Let's start off and give these kids a round of applause, please.
Your champion, Hampshire U, is Isaac Carver. The reserve champion is Braden Turner. The others received the blue ribbon. And that would be Jackson Turner and Avery Bardole. Our next class is the Purebred Dorset ULAMs. This should be Caden Burbank and Zachary Burbank. We'll need the commercial white and speckled faced ULAMs to come to the back of the ring. If you could be getting the commercial black-faced ULAM Class 1 ready, you'll be coming to the back soon. We'd also like to thank Home State Bank for sponsoring our live streaming today. So everything today is being live streamed.
In our purebred Dorsets, we have 2 ewe lambs from the same exhibitor here, family, excuse me. But I'm going to start off with this ewe lamb right here. I was talking to the boys just a second ago. I really like how she comes across in her rib shape, and like to talk about rib shape and body volume. It's because when you have these girls go and lay down and have babies later on, that's very important is how they carry their lambs and if they're able to have longevity in the flock. So it's not just a bells and whistles that makes them look nice. She's a really comes off her rack shape really nice, and she's a little square in her hooker pin to take her over the other one in class, and a little bit as conditioning as far as just individuals concerned. She just carries a little bit more condition, and that makes her shine just a little bit more. This girl's a little greener across her top shape, not quite as much condition on her, but yet she still comes out and has a really nice rib shape, but this one just excels. So thanks guys for a nice set of Dorsets.
Your champion Dorset ewe is Zach Burbank, and your reserve champion is Caden Burbank. Let's give them a hand. Our next class is the commercial white and speckled face ewe lambs. We'll need the commercial blackface ewe lamb class 1 to come to the back of the ring. Class 2, be getting ready. This class consists of Carmen Pop, Cheyenne Kiley, Aiden Bardole, Grace Hardaway, and Brianna Pope, sorry.
In our crossbred class, I found a pair that I really liked. Very similar in their type and kind. Not perfect, but yet a lot of what I look for is sheep that are going to go out and grow and raise other good lambs and be productive in the flock. This white-faced ewe lamb here really strikes me kind of hard. She's presented extremely well, but I love her body shape. I love the way she comes out across that rack shape and across her rib, and it just follows all the way through. If you get behind her and you handle her, she comes out very nice and square. She's got plenty of condition on for her size, but I'm okay with that because of everything, the way she strides out and she walks. And then if you see me, I'm touching their mouths. I'm checking for an overbite or an underbite. In ewe lambs, it's important. It's a trait you don't want to carry on in your flock. But a ewe lamb, I just really like the way she sets down phenotypically. She's very correct. She comes out of her neck really nicely. For a moderate-framed ewe lamb, she does have a nice extension to her. A ewe lamb I felt followed her in type and kind quite a bit was this speckled up ewe lamb here. Probably a little harder muscled maybe than the other one over there, carrying just a skosh less condition. But she's a little deeper in her fronts and a little higher in her flank than the one that wins the class. But yet she's very made in that similar mold. Moves around the ring really nicely. The big ewe lamb here, probably carrying the most condition in the class, but yet you really have to appreciate her for her volume. She's going to make a really stout, productive ewe in the flock. She comes across in her lines very nicely, but she's just a little deeper in that front, a little heavier up in that shoulder, maybe not carrying quite as much bone compared to the size of the other ones, but yet a ewe lamb you really have to appreciate a lot. A ewe lamb that follows her here is a spec. A ewe lamb that's she has a nice length of body. She comes across very nicely, but she's just a little lighter in her bone work. Maybe a little, not quite as wide in that hook and pin there, but yet a really nice individual. And then we have the two bigger framed ewe lambs out here, just a little bit different in type and kind as far as size-wise. I prefer something just a little bit more moderate, but you have to appreciate them for the total pounds they carry. So let's give these kids a round of applause for a nice set.
Your champion, commercial white and speckled face unit, is Brianna Pope. The reserve champion is Aiden Bardole. Carmen Pop and Cheyenne Kiley received blue, and Grace Hardaway received red. We're now ready for our commercial Blackface ewe lamb class 1. We need our commercial Blackface ewe lamb class 2 to come to the back of the ring. This class consists of Caden Burbank, Zachary Burbank, Carissa Stevenson, Kalia Minahan, Cody Taggart, Cheyenne Kiley, Isaac Carbett, and Emmeline Wright. We need the homebred and raised commercial ewe to be getting ready.
this thing on?
So two purples. Oh.
Go ahead and take your ewe lamb and put him out there, please. Here's two ewe lambs I think follow their type and kind a lot. Are they perfect? No. Are they really, really good? Yes. And it's just kind of a mini-me version here. You've got, I checked with Steve, there's quite a bit of weight difference, 89 to 124 pounds. As you can tell, that it makes it a little more interesting. But size, total weight doesn't matter. What matters is conformation, how they're made, how much muscle they come through. I'm starting off with the bigger ewe lamb of the two here. They follow themselves really type and kind. When I was trying to walk them, I was trying to break them a little bit more. This ewe lamb, when she moves, tends to put her feet under her just a little bit, but she does the same thing. So that scratched that. Then I went to rib shape. Both of them are really good in their rib shape. You out-pound her by weight-wise, but both of them excel in that. Then I went to touch and handle. You have a little more condition, but you have a bigger sheep. She has a little less condition, kind of just on the smaller sheep. What broke it finally was the total mass of muscle. I feel this lamb comes off, when she comes off of her rack shape and over her ribs and down into her hip, she carries that muscle quite a bit deeper. And then part of that is maturity and part of it is time, because you have that same pattern, you have that same build. Now, some would call these sheep maybe too small. I don't. These are the kind of mamas that raise the killer good wethers that you can sell and have a lot of product in them. But these two are really excellent sheep. I really like them a bunch, and they kind of follow themselves in a pair really nice. Thanks, ladies. Then I'm going to go to the bigger lamb over here. Kind of follows that type and kind a little bit, as the volume and the muscle over the top. Not quite as exotic in the bone work and I think as the others, but yet a really good, solid, wide-based ewe. A really nice one to follow along with. Then I have three of them here, or actually all five of them, just a little bit bigger in their type and kind as far as scales and their phenotypically, but not as big and bold framed. And body shaped to carry that size. I don't mind a big sheep as long as they have the volume and the muscle to go with. But these guys all just fault that little bit. But yet there's some really nice, when you get them on the profile, there's some. So let's give these guys a round of applause, please.
Emmeline Wright receiving first, Carissa Stevenson second, both with purple. Cheyenne Kiley, Isaac Carber, Cody Taggart, and Kalia Minahan receiving blue. And Caden and Zachary Burbank receiving red. We're ready for the commercial Blackface ewe lamb class 2. This is 128 to 156 pounds. This class consists of Carmen Pop, Elise Badger, Lucas Oakes, Brianna Pope, Kaylee Rankin, and Cody Stevenson. We need the home-bred and raised commercial ewes to the back of the ring.
3542 is the sixth place. Cody. Yeah, she's showing the 3542. 3494. That's Keely Rankin's sister showing for her. She's got a knee in a brace.
Well, folks, I'm kind of a stingy old guy, and I normally don't give out many purples unless I really like them. I'm giving everyone in this class a purple. I could load every one of these sheep in the back of my pickup and take them home and make a good club lamb out of them. And I feel really bad for putting those lambs down there because they are very useful, very good type of sheep. This one hit me hard from the get-go. I love the way she makes her body and everything flow good. She moves around the ring like a cat. She's very elevated in her chest floor, very elevated in her neck. And when her neck and headset come out, that's not a good place to stand. I love the way she comes out across her rack shape and everything. She's a big, capacious, solid, well-built ewe. I really like her a bunch. This ewe follows her in type and kind a lot. Just not quite as elevated up in that front and clean as she comes out of her shoulder into her neck set as that gal there, but she's made on the same wavelength as her. Really like the volume and the power she has. This ewe lamb here presented really well. She's pretty. She's got that cocky look to her. Where I did falter a little bit, when you walk behind her, she's just a skosh narrower in her movement and a little bit not as wide base as the other two, but a ewe lamb that handles great. She's got great muscle to her. You did a nice job presenting her. This ewe lamb gave me problems a little bit because I like this type. She's fed and presented extremely well. She handles great. I'd like to see her just a little bit bigger, a little bit blown apart as far as lengthwise. Not blown apart as rib shape. She's perfect there. But I'd like to see that power come across and hips be pins be just a skosh wider and maybe just a little longer bodied, but a really, really cool ewe lamb on top of that. Then I got a pair of ewe lambs down here. You fell down here just a little bit. She likes to get up in her top, up in her high in her spine, and that's kind of a trait that kind of breeds through. So that kind of doomed her to down here. But she's a really cool muscled sheep. She's got some bells and whistles. She looks really nice. And then the big girl down here. I mean, I'm sorry you're last place in this class, but you got a really cool ewe lamb. She's long, she's clean, she's elevated in her chest floor. She maybe not as in the class. She doesn't have quite the mass in her rear, but yet still a really cool made ewe lamb. Let's give these kids a round of applause, please.
Receiving first is Cody Stevenson. Second, Carmen Pop. Brianna Pope, Elise Badger, Kaylee Rankin, and Cody Stevenson all receiving purple. We will now be choosing the champion and reserve champion, Blackface ewe.
Well, just as I was hoping that I come here this morning and see some really good sheep, and we've got 4 right in this part here, some really good ones, not let alone what's coming up to in the next couple classes. So I have my 2 class winners here, and they're 2 totally different ewes on the spectrum of Clublandville. We have this one here, a little smaller frame, really stout, really thick, really bold. I'd like to see her move maybe just a skosh better. And sometimes when she breaks, she wants to dip in that hook and that pin a little bit, or hip loin juncture a little bit. But a ewe with so much muscle, it's hard for that type to move really well, and she does a good job at moving for as much muscle as she has. And yes, she still carries a nice clean front end and a nice sleek neck, and she fits well in her head and neck there. Then we have the bigger ewe lamb. A ewe lamb I love in her lines. I love the way she comes out in her shoulder and her blade, the way she moves like a cat. I really like that about her. And you get across top, and she does not disappoint you at all. She's a little just robust in that rib shape, and that's really cool. And she comes out and follows very straight in her type of kind. So I mean, I'm taking time because I'm checking all the boxes as my thought process goes through, because these are 2 really pretty cool ewe lambs, and they're 2 totally different types in their kind. So with that, I'm going to pick your champion in reserve.
All right, receiving champion is Cody Stevenson. Reserve champion is Emmeline Wright. I want to remind all the exhibitors today, if you've received champion or reserve champion, that you need to see Kim for pictures in the back of the ring. So if you've received champion or reserve champion throughout the day, remember to see Kim back here with the pictures. We ready for the next class? You're doing that. We're now ready for the homebred and raised commercial ewe class. This is Carissa Stevenson, Cheyenne Kiley, Brianna Pope, and Cody Stevenson. Two, and so does Cheyenne.
He's showing the one that just won the champion. So what did their numbers when he plays produce again? Could be an older you, 2 in the land. So there's going to be 3 pairs of 3. Not good. Mom numbers.
Well, we've got a rerun here, so we've got the girl I've talked about a couple times, so I won't bore you, but she just wins the class pretty easily for me. And if not, I need new glasses. So congratulations, this young man, a really cool ewe lamb. My tough pair was between these. They choose moderate frame, the white face and the crossbred here. Ewes that are very similar in their type. There's things about I like to fix on both of them, and there's things about that I just love on both of them. But the reason I split this pair, or the reason that I split this pair, is the Dorset's just a little bit longer bodied. They're very similar. One has a little bit more condition than I like. One has a little ways to go. Both of them need their front ends tucked or extended and maybe cleaning on the front end a little bit. But two really powerful topped, really cool ewes. And then there's this gal here that I had into the class. I just like her length of body. I like her rib shape. I'd like to maybe just expand that hook and pin out again, like we talked about. But he had a really good solid ewe. And then the two ewes down here who had to be in front of all those gals, two really good, solid, productive-based ewes, presented well and looked good. So congratulations, girls. Let's give these guys a round of applause for the Homebreds.
Your champion is Cody Stevenson. Your reserve champion is Brianna Pope. Carissa Stevenson and Cody Stevenson also receiving purple, and Cheyenne Kiley receiving blue. We're now ready for produce of dam.
Well, this is a unique class. I don't see this in every county fair we do, and I really like this because you can see what that ewe has done. And of course, you can see every one of them has had their twins, and that's great. So then you just have to go looking at the lambs a little bit and see what kind of progeny came out. I'm just going to start and to talk them top to bottom, or just right to left here. A ewe you really like for her length of body. She's a big ewe. She handles really well. She's in nice shape for raising a set of twins. Maybe a ewe I'd want to see maybe stand on a skosh more bit of bone and maybe drop that rear flank. But a ewe you have to, after they've milked and they've got some age on them, Mother Nature tends to change things on those things. This set here, a ewe, I really love her capacity. I love her rib shape. I love her volume of body. She sets her feet down nice and square, and she did a nice job. So she milked good, and she still looks good. A family down here, she put everything into her lambs. Her lambs look really good. A ewe I'd like to see her maybe just a little bit more, carrying more condition as we're getting ready toward breeding season here. But yet, you really don't want them fat when you come into breeding season either. You really have to appreciate her elevation, her length of neck, and her size and her body shape. But a ewe that just doesn't have quite the rib shape and volume as some of the other ones in this class. So I'm going to start off with the pair in the middle. Will be your class champion here. These guys will be your second place class, and those guys will be your third. And let's give all of them blues, please.
So receiving first is Braden Turner. Second is Jackson Turner. Third is Aiden Bardol. And they all received blue.
Braden receives a trophy donated by the Tim Tiffany family for this class. He was a producer who left us too early. So Braden and Jackson, I need to keep your ewes here. And we need everybody back for the Supreme Champion Drive. So I need first Champion in Reserve Hampshire, Champion Reserve Dorset, Champion Reserve Blackface, Champion Reserve Whiteface, and then we need the Supreme Champion ewes. So we'll line up the winners on this side and the second place over there.
We'd like to thank Home State Bank for sponsoring our live streaming today. Jackson Turner, come to the show ring. Also Aiden Bardol. Avery Bardell, sorry.
guys, Jackson, you on the other side? Amy's over here. Okay, these are our females from our U show. We're going to be picking a Supreme Champion and Reserve Supreme Champion U. We've got your Champion Dorsets here in the first line. I'm sorry, Champion Hampshires, Champion Dorsets, Champion Commercial Whiteface, then the Champion Blackface Ewes, and then the Produce of Dam Ewes, all eligible to show for Supreme Champion. Give them all a round of applause. If I could have Craig Peterson and Home State Bank come to the ring. We're going to present plaques. Those businesses are sponsoring this, help raise some of the money that supports the projects that the Greene County Land Producers do, and they've been generous donors for these plaques. I don't believe we have a Supreme Champion U trophy, but okay, so back to the judge, and you tell us who, and we'll go from there.
Well, I'm really pleased with what we have out here to look at, and you know, it's just a testament to the families that raise and show lambs in this county and do it competitively. It's fun to see it's fun to judge good sheep. It's fun to have a class that actually makes you think really hard. So with that, the presenters of the Grand, want to follow me? Well, the Grand for me was pretty easy. Just a U I really like. Just all the things I've talked about her this morning. I won't be redundant, but just a really sharp and cool U. My my decision is for reserve between the white and the Blackface ewe lambs. Two really high quality sheep, two sheep, just individually good in their own right and kind. But so reserve, if you want to come out here. So for reserve champion, it's going to be the Blackface.
We have lost the reserve champion rosettes, so Emmeline is owed a rosette when we find them. We have all of our other ribbons intact. So thank you for all you guys. Let's give all these exhibitors a hand, and you can get them back to the barn. If you had a champion or bring it over here and get a picture taken before you head back.
So your supreme champion was Cody Stevenson, and reserve champion was Emmeline Wright. What? I got Dorset right now. All right, our next class is Purebred Dorset Ram class, and it's Zachary Burbank and Caden Burbank. Shanlon Cunningham, if you could come to the back of the ring with your ram. And your commercial ram lamb, be ready, and you could start heading for the back of the ring.
In our purebred Dorset bucks, I'm going to start off with a buck I thought just phenotypically came across his top a little bit better, came out of that hip a little bit straighter. I will say that this other buck lamb that I used for the second spot is maybe just a little bit bigger in his rack shape, but phenotypically, I love to see that straightness, the straightness in the lines. It's a trait that you need to breed for, as far as just if their hips and everything aren't straight structurally, then a lot of times their back legs can get under them. And if that happens on a buck when he has to do his workout in the pasture, he needs to be correct in those feet and legs to have longevity and not get everything done that he's supposed to do. So I'm going to start off with this buck. He'll be your first place, and he'll be your second place, Dorset. So let's give these boys a round of applause.
Receiving first is Zachary Burbank. Caden Burbank receiving second, both blue ribbons. We're now ready for the purebred Columbia Ram Lamb. And this is Shanlon Cunningham. I need the commercial ram lambs to the back of the ring. And our lightweight feeder lamb class can be moving towards the ring, please.
For our Columbia entry here, I know that she's in a class of her own, but I just had it's an obvious joke, sorry. But a good Columbia buck, and Columbias are a total different purpose than a lot of the Blackfaces, and they're just known. I wish I could have seen him in full wool. I know how you don't have him in full wool right now, but because the Columbias are wool producers, and you tell their quality by the kink in their wool, and that makes the high dollar sweaters. But good on his feet and legs, very sound. Everything is where it's supposed to be, is all the parts. Just a nice, big, easy moving Columbia buck, and nice guy to start with. Congratulations.
Receiving first, in a blue ribbon, Shanlon Cunningham. Our next class is the commercial Ram Lamb, and this will be Carissa Stevenson and Cheyenne Kiley. We need our lightweight feeder lambs to start working their way towards the back of the arena.
Nice set of crossbred bucks. I took a little time to talk to the girls about why I did what I did and what we're looking for in good show lambs. And then not only in the show lamb, but they have to have product and be usefulness. I'm going to start off with this buck lamb over here. Buck lamb I really like a bunch. He has a lot of power, especially in that middle part of his body. And you'll hear me talk about body and power and rib shape, but that correlates if a lamb is nice and solid in that rib shape and comes across in almost like a barrel rib type thing. That means it's got more product in his rack shape, and the rack is the loin, and that's the highest cutability and highest priced cut of the sheep. When he sits still and finally stops fidgeting, he's really good on his feet and legs. I love his front end. For as much power as he has, he's really nice and clean and tucked up in that chest floor and comes up in the neck a little bit. This guy follows him really closely in type and kind. He's equally powerful in the middle of his body, comes across nice in his hooks and his pins here, just maybe not quite as big a bone and not quite as clean up in that shoulder, coming up and firing up into his neck, but a really good. So let's give these two gals a round of applause, please.
Receiving champion is Carissa Stevenson. Reserve is Cheyenne Kiley. We will now choose our supreme and reserve champions.
We'll pick Supreme Champion Ram and Reserve Supreme Champion Ram now from the two classes of purebreds and the commercial ram class.
Please give them a round of applause.
I was just telling these guys that they said the bucks only get a ribbon and the champion ewes get a plaque. I mean, what's up with that, you know? So for our champion bucks here, we've got the Dorset really nice in his lines, really correct on his feet and legs. Maybe you want to blow him apart a little bit in that hip, but yet really equally good. Then we got the Columbia kind of at a disadvantage as far as being a wool breed versus a market breed, but yet an equally good, solid buck that's going to go out there and raise some nice. Like I say, I wish we could have seen him in full wool so we can tell the kink and the curl in the wool and how good that is. And then we have the powerful little Blackface buck lamb here, buck lamb I really like in his build and in his frame and is phenotypically correct, and he's going to be your champion. I'm going to follow up with the other Blackface.
Receiving Supreme Champion is Carissa Stevenson, and Reserve Champion is Cheyenne Kiley. Congratulations. Let's give them a round. Applause. We're now ready for our feeder lamb division. We need our white speckled face market lamb class 1 to be coming to the back of the arena and class 2 to be getting ready. This class consists of Caden Burbank, Zachary Burbank, and Landon Goffner.
All right, for our feeder lamb class, I almost said feeder calf, that'd be the wrong species. On our feeder lamb class, I'm going to start with this guy here. He really overpowers the class as far as coming across with the most muscle across that top out of his rack. He's nice on his feet and legs. Just a lamb that needs more time on feed, but he's got a good start to him. Then I'm going to go to the lamb here, just profile a little bit more, a little wider in his hook and his pin. I will say, though, that the last place wether here had maybe a little more shape over the top of his rack, but this guy excels in his hip and hook and pin and down into his lower leg. But lambs, like I say, just need some more feed and time. So let's give these guys a round of applause, please.
Receiving first is Zachary Burbank, second Landon Goffner, third Caden Burbank. Zachary received a purple, and Caden and Landon got red. We're now ready for the white speckled face market lamb class 1. This will be weights 91 to 122 pounds. If the white speckled face market lamb class 2 could come to the back of the ring. This class consists of Caden Burbank, Grace Hardaway, Madison Karstens, Brianna Pope, and Cheyenne Kiley.
In our first class of spec weathers, weathered hit me pretty hard as he came in. Just you really gotta love how he moves around the ring. He's a big muscle, big volume type sheep. And yet he's really nice and clean fronted, elevated in that chest floor. Comes out of that neck really nice. A lamb that wins the class pretty handily. Just really got to appreciate him for the way he's presented and how he handles. Then I'm going to go with the Dorset colored weather here. When you get and you just look at him, you think he might be carrying more condition, but actually he's not. He's a very solid, very product-oriented sheep. Just may not stand on quite as much bone and maybe not as much lower leg as the class winner, but yet an equally good handling lamb. Then we're going to go with the spec here. A little wilder in his look, maybe not quite as much body to him as the other ones, but yet a lamb, when you get across his rack, he does handle very nicely. Lamb, just maybe a little more condition on him would help him to maybe place a little higher or contend a little higher today in his class. Then we have two of them that are just a little on the skinnier order, not quite as just far along as condition-wise as the other ones, and giving up some pounds, but yet two really nice sheep on top of it. So let's give these guys a round of applause, please.
Receiving first is Brianna Pope. Second is Cheyenne Kiley. But Brianna, Cheyenne, Caden, and Madison all received blue. This is the class 2, 124 to 146 pounds. This is Eli Hardaway, Zachary Burbank, Caden Burbank, Isaac Carber, and Avery Bardol.
in our heavier weight speckled class, it's kind of funny. The boys told me that it's a set of twins here in first and second, so at least I'm consistent in one way or the other. I'm going to start off with a lamb that hit me when he came in the ring, just the big, powerful, product-based lamb. Just going to hang up a nice carcass, going to just do things extremely well. For the twins, I like the front end on this one just a little bit better, but when you get your hands on him, he's a lot harder to the touch, a lot more product muscle based than the brother. So that's why I'm going to go ahead and start with that guy there. Both equally, I love their length of body and just good solid feeding lambs. Then a lamb that came in really close to maybe sneaking up a notch. I love the rack shape when you get over the top of him. I wish he was just a little wider in his pin shape there and maybe a little bit more. But yet, you really have to appreciate for the handle and the touch and the rack shape of this guy. Then we have the powerful Dorset here. He just really is a nice round-bodied lamb. I'd like to see more in that stifle, more in the muscle in the stifle and that lower leg, maybe a little bit wider based. And then the guy just a little bit far behind in pounds as compared to the other guys, maybe in condition-wise, but yet an equally nice lamb. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
First is Avery Bardol. Second is Isaac Carver. Avery, Isaac, Caden, and Zachary all received blue, and Eli received red. We will now choose our champion and reserve champion, Speckled Face Market Lamb.
For our champion spec lineup, actually they're all four really kind of made phenotypically on the same weight, and just lambs that you really have to appreciate for their productivity and their muscle and mass and everything. And in the show industry, you want to correlate and work together with prettiness, show appeal, and power. And when you can combine all those packages, then you've got the winner. And this young lady right here is going to be the winner. And following in type and kind, which is all four of them, they're really pretty close, like I said. But I'm going to use this lady's Dorset cross here. Congratulations. Good job, guys.
Your champion is Brianna Pope, and your reserve champion was Cheyenne Kiley. We are now ready for our lightweight Blackface Market Lamb Class 1. This is 100 to 105 pounds. We need the lightweight Blackface Market Lamb Class 2 to the back of the ring. Class 3, please be getting ready. This class consists of Caden Burbank, Michaela Kafer, Taylor McDowell, Zachary Burbank, Grace Hardaway, and Carissa Stevenson.
4 blues, 2 reds. I'm going to start off with a lamb here in this class, lightweight class, that at first when he walked in the ring, I wasn't quite sure where to lay him, but then when I laid my hands on him, he had to start the class. He gives up the total length of body. If you look, all the rest of them are longer bodied, but he has so much power in him, and he handles so well, and he's so wide on his top shape, or ewe-lamb, excuse me. She just overpowers the class. If you had this one on the rail, this one was the one that would put the most product and the most dollars in your pocket. And that's, at the end, that's what we're looking for. So congratulations, a really nice stout ewe-lamb. Then I'm going to follow up with this another new ewe-lamb too. I love her kind of stylishness, and she's extended and wild, but she really needs to be just more blown apart in that middle shape. I'd love more rack shape, and deeper in that twist, a little bit more muscle in that stifle area and lower leg. But yet you got to appreciate for her up-headedness and her rack shape as she comes across. Ewe-lamb that follows her in type and kind, a ewe-lamb that handles really good across her top shape and her rack. Then she just faults down and doesn't have quite as much lower leg as the other ones above her in the class. And you got 3 wethers here that just need to be blown out in that hip and get some, a little bit more muscle in that lower leg, but yet you have to appreciate them for their durability. So let's give these guys a round of applause, please.
First is Taylor McDowell. Second, Carissa Stevenson. Taylor, Carissa, Michaela, Zachary all received blue. Grace and Caden received red. This is our lightweight Blackface Market Lamb Class 2. This is 107 to 112 pounds. And this class consists of Autumn Barrett, Landon Goffner, Cody Taggart, and Dakota.
One blue, 3 reds. Okay, I'm going to start with this Hampshire mark lamb in the class. Different hodgepodge of types and kinds in here. This guy hit me as the most widest bodied handling lamb over his top shape. Now, I'd like to see him with a lot more condition on him. He's got a little ways to go, but yet a lamb that has a lot of muscle. He's got a great stifle muscle. He comes out good over that hip as far as his handle and his touch. But a guy I'd like to see him just blown apart and just more pounds on him. Then I come to the Suffolk-based ewe lamb here. You really have to appreciate the way she comes out, her levelness and her hip shape. But she's really tucked up in that rear flank, and I'd like to see her setting on a little more feet and bone, of course. But a ewe lamb you have to respect for her total mass across her top. Then I come with a ewe lamb here, a lot of product base, but she doesn't come out of that hip very straight. I'd like to see her a little longer hipped and a little better off her feet and legs, but yet a ewe lamb that has quite a bit of product in that middle. And then the ewe lamb here comes down in the last place in this class. A ewe lamb I'd like to see, she's handles a little narrower over her rack shape to compete with the other ones above her today, but a ewe lamb you still have to respect for her total volume and product. So let's give these guys a round of applause, please.
Receiving first is Landon Goffner. Second, Cody Taggart. Landon, Cody, and Dakota Landon received blue, and Cody, Dakota, and Autumn all received red. Our next class is lightweight blackface market lamb class 3, 115 to 118 pounds. This class is Cody Taggart, Autumn Barrett, Aiden Bardole, and Brianna Pope. If we could start getting the medium weight blackface market lamb class 1 to the back of the arena, please.
be the right match, right?
In this class, we have a pair of ewe lambs up here that are really, just might want to call it muscle sheep. I'm going to start off with the Hamp marked here one here. Just a little bit more of a robust body, a big rib, a big shape on their top. I will say she walks a little bit narrow, excuse me, not narrow, short-strided. I'd like to see that extend out a little bit more, but you have really good front end on them, really good head and neck. Just really like the way that one's put together. Then I'm going to go to this the Suffolk-based one. One with just a lot of product, a lot of power in her. I'd like to bring her up, or bring her down in her flank, maybe get that bone work in there a little bit more. And then she comes out of her head and neck. She comes in a little bit of ewe-necked. I'd like to see that come out. But a ewe lamb, you cannot discount her for the amount of muscle and product that she has in her. Then we have two Hamp-based lambs here. Lambs that just didn't quite follow in type and kind as far as the muscle shape over the top, didn't have quite as much as the two that led the class, but two really nice, strong individuals. Let's give these kids a round, please.
Receiving first is Brianna Pope. Second is Cody Taggart. Brianna, Cody, and Aiden all received blue, and Autumn received red. We will now choose our champion and reserve champion lightweight Blackface Market Lamb. We need the medium weight Blackface Market Lamb class 1 to the back of their ring, and the class 2 needs to be getting ready. If you know somebody at home that would like to be watching the show, it is being live streamed. We would like to thank Home State Bank for sponsoring that today. So you can give them a call and let them know that it is being live streamed today.
All right, in your lightweight division here, we got a little bit of differences in types and kinds here, but all good sheep in their right. So I've got my mind pretty well made up. I don't have to think about this one too much. So I'm going to start off, and this is going to be your champion lightweight. And this is going to be your reserve champion lightweight.
Your champion was Brianna Pope. and your reserve champion was Taylor McDowell. All right, we're ready for the medium weight Blackface Market Lamb, Class 1. These will be weighing 120 to 123 pounds. We need the medium weight Class 2 to the back of the ring, and Class 3 to be getting ready. This class consists of Braden Turner, Taylor McDowell, Aiden Bardole, Adya Messer, Brianna Pope, Kalia Messer, and Carissa Stevenson.
in this class, this lamb just walks away with the class pretty easily. He's the epitome of a show lamb. He's got that cocky look, and yet he has the power to back it up too. You know, maybe there's some little finer points here and there I'd like to maybe change on him, but I love the way he's made. I love his front end. I love his top shape. I love the way he just follows nice and straight in his lines, and he moves around the ring really well. And the young lady does a nice job showing him. Just an all-around good bugger. Then I got to this wether here. Follows a type and kind. I love his bone work. I love his footwork. I love the way he comes out of his rack shape and his there. But he just doesn't carry quite as much product when you get back to his hook, his pins, as the one that won the class. This ewe lamb here, I love her up through here. She's got a huge rack. She comes across nice in her square and her loin edge. She just falters as a ewe lamb would a lot of times with carrying as much lower leg and rear end as the others did. But a really nice big rack ewe lamb. I like the bigger framed ewe lamb here as far as her extension and her volume. Love to see her just a little bit lower in that rear flank. Just get some more volume and power in the middle there. This dude found his way to the bottom because he's kind of like me, a little overweight. But you love his power and his shape, but when you get your hands on him, he's kind of soft to the touch, and that's why he found his way down here. A wether here that I like in his bone work, and I love in his front end and everything. He really kind of runs out of gas when you get down to that lower 1/3 of his leg, but a lamb that has a really nice rack shape to him. And then a lamb here, I gave him all blues this down here because this is really not a bad lamb at all. He just got overpowered and over volumed against the others, but he's phenotypically correct and he carries across a nice rack shape. Good job. Let's give these kids a round of applause, please.
So first is Brianna Pope. Second is Taylor McDowell. Brianna received a purple ribbon. And Braden, Taylor, Aiden, Adya, Kalia, and Carissa all received blue. We're now ready for the medium weight Blackface Market Lamb Class 2. This is 124 to 128 pounds. This class has Jackson Turner, Brianna Pope, Madison Karstens, Kaylee Rankin, and Riley Rankin. If we could have Class 3 to be in the back of the ring.
Well, this ewe lamb, when she walked in the ring, you thought like, wow, look at all that muscle. A ewe lamb that, is she perfect in her type and kind? No, I'd like to have her a little lower flanked, maybe a little cleaner up in that chest floor, but you cannot get past all the muscle and product this girl has. She handles like a rock. She comes out across that hook and pin, deep from twist to dock, big stifled and everything. You know, would I like to change a little bit in her phenotype? Yeah, maybe, but she's really powerful, wins the class pretty nice and easily. My tough pair is the two blue ones in the middle, and I love a good blue lamb, and they're both good blue lambs. I went with the ewe lamb. Just about, she carries a little bit more in that depth and twist to dock, just a little bit more power in there. And she's a little harder to the touch. I love his front end, the way he comes out and the way he shows himself off. He's very flashy, very good looking. Nice set of lambs. And then this wether here, a lamb you first look at it, you think maybe it might be a little plainer, but you get your hands on him, he's got some really good muscle and product underneath there. Maybe not presented as well as far as being fresh shorn, and that actually works against him just a little bit because he's a really nice lamb there. And then we got the bigger one, bigger framed, maybe just not quite as much in that lower leg, 1/3 of the leg, but yet a really nice elevated long lamb. Thanks.
Receiving first is Riley Rankin, and second, Kaylee Rankin. Riley received purple. Kaylee, Madison, Brianna, and Jackson all got blue. We are now ready for the medium weight Blackface Market Lamb Class 3. This is for 129 to 130 pounds. This class consists of Eli Hardaway, Brianna Pope, Braden Turner, Kalia Minahan, Carmen Pop, and Emmeline Wright. We need our first class of heavyweight Blackface Market Lambs to be working your way to the back of the ring. And Class 2, be getting ready.
3 blues, 1 red. 3 blues. Well, we're going to start off with a pair of really interesting lambs. I went with the white-colored wether here. I love his power, I love his handle, I love his touch. And he balances up when you look at him from the side profile. He's nice and tucked up in his chest floor. I'd like to maybe see him just a little longer necked. And then he comes under in just a little bit when he's on the motion with his rear wheels underneath him. But yet you cannot go past all the power and the muscle that the dude has. When you get your hands on him, he doesn't disappoint you. And he carries down in his twist and his dock really well. A lamb that's just got a lot of product in him and a lot of their usefulness. I really like the look of the blue lamb. But she just kind of gave away things when you got her on the move and when you got her stuck. I just love to see her a little lower flanked, and then she just has a whole little bit of a problem in there. In her hip-loin juncture, she wants to kind of give in and let go on you. You did a good job trying to show it out of her, but you love her power, you love her lower leg, and you love her kind of, she's got that flashy show look, but she just kind of fell just a bit short against the class winner. A ewe lamb here that really surprised me when I got my hands on top of her. She's extremely big racked, and she comes across, you see that curl, she almost looks like a hog, a barrow on top. You really love her muscle shape. You want to maybe just give her that muscle that transitions all the way down into that lower leg, but that's a really cool top sheep there. Then we kind of follow with 2 wethers here that just when you got on top of them, just didn't quite have the muscle and mass on top of them when you get on their handle, but you got to really appreciate the productivity. And then you have the big one down the bottom, just needs a lot more groceries and a little bit more time to put that last finish in. So let's give these kids a round of applause, please.
Receiving first is Emmeline Wright. Second is Brianna Pope. They both received purples. Kalia, Braden, and Carmen all received blue, and Eli received red. We're now going to choose our champion and reserve champion medium weight Blackface market lamb. We need to have our heavyweight Blackface market lamb class 1 to be ready. Our heavyweight class 2, be working your way to the back of the ring.
Now this is what I'd like to see, a lineup like this. I'm just going to talk them down the line here just a little bit. In the lighter weight class in this division here, you got the cocky looking show lamb, up-headed, big, just good-footed, moves well. I would love to see him maybe just a little shapelier when you get down that lower 1/3, but you get behind him and handle him. He's just a really nice, balanced sheep. Then you get to the ewe lamb here, just the epitome of all power. I'd like to give her a little more look. I'd like to maybe drop her flank or pick her chest floor up a little bit. With that volume of muscle, when you have that much muscle, it's harder to get a shoulder blade and a neck set that come out a little longer. But she does really well at that. And then you got the sheep that just has a ton of muscle in him. Good chest floor, comes up there. For as much power as he has, he's pretty good in his blade as he comes up out of there. His downfall is when he walks. He kind of tucks himself underneath there just a little bit. But he has just a ton of muscle in him. So with that being said, I'm going to put the mic down and name your champion and reserve in this division, and then we'll go on.
All right, so your champion was Emmeline Wright, and your reserve champion was Brianna Pope. All right, we are now getting ready to move on to our heavyweight Blackface lamb class. This will be class 1, and this is 132 to 137 pounds. We need our class 2 to be coming to the back of the ring and our class 3 to be getting ready. This first class consists of Elise Badger, Cody Stevenson, Madison Karstens, Kaylee Rankin, Avery Bardole, and Cody has the second lamb. So the Greene County lamb producers have donated money for grilling today, so I believe they're out grilling some burgers, and I think I just heard that some of them might already be ready, so good day to get a lamb burger.
Do you want her to show it for you? Okay. These two up top here, the ewe lamb and the wether, are two extremely powerful lambs. You really love the way they handle and come across their top. What broke the pair finally for me, because both of them are muscle. Both of them come across their rack really nicely. I love the ewe lamb on the walk, on the move. That's when she really excels. She's close to the same amount of muscle on the lower leg as the wether, not quite, but she stands on a little bit more bone. She's a little bit more extended in her body shape and length, and I love the way she handles across her top. She comes out of her neck really nice. She's a bit of a bear cat right now. The wether here, just a pound for pound, just a really stout dude. I really just like to extend him and make him a little taller fronted, a little more extended, and a little more length of body. But you've prepared him very nicely. He's got it great to the touch, a little shorter in his loin than the one that beat you in the class, but a really good sheep. Then we got the outlier in the class, the Big Blue. He's really attractive, but he just gives up pound per pound. He's not quite as round and bold-chested. I'd like to deepen his flank just a skosh a little bit, but a lamb that's very attractive in his look. A lamb here again that you really love the way he handles across his top. Just want to pretty him up and then maybe add a little bit more lower stifle to him. But a lamb that's really nice and handles really well. Then we got two of the bigger framed ones down here. Don't have quite the middle and the power and the shape to follow the ones above the class, but yet really good individuals in their own kind. Let's give these kids a round of applause, please.
First place is Cody Stevenson. Second is Elise Badger, both receiving purple. Cody's second lamb and Madison's received blue. And Kaylee Rankin and Avery Bardole received red. We're ready for our second class. This is a class weighing 140 to 145 pounds. We need class 3 to be coming to the back of the ring. This class consists of Riley Rankin, Elise Badger, Avery Bardole, Jackson Turner, Cody Stevenson, Carissa Stevenson, and Carmen Pop.
In this top pair is really tough. You're looking at two different flavors, but yet both of them are very power sheep. I landed on the weather a little bit more of his because of his front end, the way he kind of fits together, the way that shoulder and that blade come up. I'd like to maybe see him just go longer necked, but yet he fits in his a little shallower in his chest. Both of them are chock full of muscle. It's just a little bit of a different shape and form. Both of them have a lot of that lower leg to them. Both of them come across that hip really nice and solid. A little bit different positionings and all that other good things about it, but yet a lamb that I felt here just excelled in that front end and the cleanness, and both of them moved around the ring very nicely. You really have to appreciate this lamb here. Just excels maybe a bit more a skosh of length of body than the one that beats you, but your front end is your chest floor is dropped, and your front end is just when the bone structures and they start to go forward like this in their shoulder, that puts the blade, and then it brings this up here a little higher. If that could be down a little bit lower, it would change that front end and bring up and give them that extra tick of show look. Really good lamb though, really powerful. Then a ewe lamb here, I love the look of her. I love the way she makes her maidens. She's made and the way she moves. She's presented very well. She's really got great rack shape. But when you get down that lower 1/3 there, she just kind of runs out of gas against those two powerhouses there. But a really good sharp ewe lamb. Then we have these two here. You just have to love them for their product, for their gainability, for just how much usefulness they have in the market today. And then we have the two thinner ones. Just needs a little more grocery, a little more time. They're really good in their type and kind. Let's give these guys a round of applause, please.
Receiving first is Elise Badger. Second is Riley Rankin. They both received purple ribbons. Carmen, Carissa, and Cody all received blue. And Jackson and Avery received red. Our next class is the heavyweight class 3, 146 to 170 pounds. This class consists of Cody Stevenson, Cheyenne Kiley, Elise Badger, Kaylee Rankin, Aiden Bardol. Cody has a second lamb, and Madison Karstens. We need all the participants of the Community Lamb Barn Project to start bringing your lambs to the back of the ring, please. So all the Community Barn Projects, come to the back of the ring.
another nice pair to work with, and you guys have got a bunch of great kids to work with, and I wanted to take a little bit of time to talk to these kids. I want to get the best look I can out of the sheep. I went with the big wether here. Just love his power and his shape for his size. He carries himself extremely well. This young lady's lambs through the day are built in the same mode and the same pattern. I like their front ends. I love their power and their shape. Maybe want to extend that body a bit, but that's being nitpicky. A really good lamb, good set of feet and bones, excellent muscle shape to him. Weather here really close, really followed his type and kind a lot, but just he ran out of gas in the lower 1/3 of the leg as opposed to our class winner, but an equally good lamb. Maybe a slight advantage in length of body over the one that wins the class, but muscle rules. This weather here in third, I really kind of like his upfrontiness and his front end and the way he carries himself, except when you get to the back wheels, he wants to tuck himself under, he wants to break in his hip-loin juncture a bit, but you got to appreciate him for his muscle and mass and power. Then we have two weathers here in more of that little wilder look. Maybe you want to add some more body to him and a little bit more maybe that lower leg and the muscle shape, but really good lambs that just really excel as far as being extended. And then the young lady's wether here, he wins the division wins the class as far as total weight, and we used to call that not market acceptable, but you know what, at today's market, he'll go to town, probably bring $250 a pound or better. That's some pretty good money for the young lady. And then this weather here, equally good weather here, just didn't have quite that body and that lower flank. I'd like to drop that, maybe add some more lower 1/3 to him, but yet a really good producing, and he'll be good money at the sale barn. Congratulations. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
So first is Elise Badger, and second is Cody Stevenson. They both received purple. Kaylee, Cody, second lamb, Madison, and Cheyenne all received blue. Now we're going to pick our champion and reserve champion heavyweight Blackface market lamb. Again, we need the Barn Project, Community Barn Project lambs to come to the back of the ring.
Well, as we get further down the road here, we got a lot of bigger lambs that carry a lot of power. They carry a lot of muscle, and I'm really, really pleased with all 6 lambs out here. They're really high quality, you know. And you go to county fairs around the country, and there are many, many county fairs that are not deep like this. So you have to congratulate the producers, the kids, the families. It does take, may not take a village to raise the kids, but it takes a team to do all this. It's a lot of work. So my hat's off, and I tell you what, let's give a round of applause for these kids in the ring and the kids that have been in the ring. They've been doing a great job. And I appreciate their graciousness and willing to talk and maybe joke with me, kind of break the time up a little bit and have some fun. Now, down to business. We have 3 lambs out here that I hope you see a pattern of what I like. I like muscle power, I like cleanness, I like look. It takes all of those to do what we're doing in the business today as far as raising show lambs. And you know, it comes down to production also, but usually they go hand in hand, the production and a good show lamb, if they're worked on right. I'm just going to start. I'm just standing right here. I'm going to start down with the heavyweight. You really have to appreciate him for he weighs. Young lady says he's weighing about 150 pounds. Just a power package. Clean front, maybe want to extend his body a bit, but he handles with the good length in the right places. Then you come up here to this other weather, kind of just a smaller version of that weight-wise, maybe a little bit more look to him, but I don't think maybe as much power as the heavyweight has, but yet the lamb you have to really appreciate for the height in his shoulder and the way he comes across in his line. And then you come down here with the ewe lamb. A ewe lamb, you love her length of body. She's got a great top on her. She's presented well. She's got good feet and bone. Maybe she's going to fight the others a little bit in the lower leg, but yet a ewe lamb you really have to appreciate. So with that being said, I'm going to go out and name your champion in reserve in this division.
So your champion was Elise Badger, and your reserve champion was also Elise.
Okay. So this next group of lambs that are coming in here, we call the Community Lamb Barn Project. Several years ago, we were going down with the number of exhibitors. We tried to figure out a way to give more kids an opportunity to have a project that they had to have some responsibility for and learn how to show an animal. So our lamb producers have sponsored this for several years now. We buy the lambs, typically it's from one source, so they're all going to look a little bit similar in here. And then we help the kids feed them and get them to market weight as close as we can, as well as help them learn how to break them to lead, break them to show, how to brace them, all those sorts of things. And we have a variable amount of success. We got some great showmen. We got some that are still learning. We spend a lot of time getting these lambs together and spend some really good quality time with these kids. And some of them are just really great kids that we love having here showing their lambs. So these kids wouldn't be able to have lambs because they don't have facilities. And so I'd like to thank the Greene County Lamb Producers for their investment in time and money in this. So this is where we're at, and we're going to show them and have a good time.
This is the first class, and it'll be weighing 117 to 129 pounds. This is Michaela Kafer, Taylor McDowell, Autumn Barrett, and Dakota Ostrander. Correction, this is a 100 to 112 pound class. My mistake.
Well, this is kind of a cool class. You don't see this at every county. And it's really nice. All four of these young ladies have done a nice job on their left. So I'm going to give each of them a blue ribbon. Sometimes when you see classes like this, there might be one that might be malnourished, people who don't know, they're getting new into this type of a project. But these young ladies have done a nice job on their lambs. This start off with this ewe lamb here that just has the most power to her. The young lady does a nice job presenting her. She has the most condition on her. She got the biggest rack shape. She comes right nice off her dock there. A ewe lamb you just really like for her squareness and her power that she puts across. Ewe lamb here that follows her pretty close in her type and kind. Maybe not quite as much lower leg as the other one that beats her in the class, but yet a ewe lamb you really have to appreciate for the amount of muscle she has in her. This ewe lamb follows her really close in her type, but she's just a little bit deeper in her front and not as clean as the ones above her, but yet a really equally nice and good doing ewe lamb. And then the young lady here with the bigger ewe lamb, she just needs a little more time. She's really phenotypically pretty close to the other ones, but you just maybe see a little more condition on her to get her up any higher today. So thanks. Let's give these girls a round of applause, please.
First is Taylor McDowell. Second is Autumn Barrett. Taylor, Autumn, Dakota, and Michaela all received blue ribbons. We're ready for class two. This is the class of 117 to 129 pounds. This class consists of Autumn Barrett, Taylor McDowell, Adya Messer, and Kalia Messer.
starting off this next class here, I'm going to start off with this young lady's wether here that I felt just excelled in the class as far as his squareness, straightness. He comes across top of the good handle to him. Just a really lamb you got to appreciate for how he's done and his good growth ability and how he handles his touch and how he is in his cover of fat as he's progressing along. This young lady's wether here kind of got the bells and whistles nice. He got him all fluffed up and looking nice. Not quite as clean up in that front end as the one that beats him in class, but an equally well presented nice lamb. Then we got here, the ewe lamb carries the most condition in this class, but you don't really want to get on condition too hard right now as they're growing. But she just didn't have quite the power and the muscle to go with the other two in the class today. And then this young lady's wether here, ewe lamb, sorry. Just maybe like to see her a little bit lower in her belly there, in her twist. Give her more volume and more muscle to compete any higher today. Let's give these young ladies a round of applause, please.
First was Taylor McDowell. Second was Adya Messer. Taylor, Adya, and Autumn all received a blue ribbon, and Kalia got a red. So our next class will be the Community Lamb Barn Project Pairs. So the kids had a choice of either getting one or two lambs, and these are two that got two lambs. This will be Taylor McDowell and Autumn Barrett that will be in this class.
So when you're doing pairs, you want uniformity and it's always best if you have two of them that look exactly alike. But it's kind of hard when you're doing this. But these young kids have done a nice job, and you can tell that the handle and the touch, I had that privilege of doing that, that you can tell the way they've been fed. They've been fed the same place, the same feed and same and care. I'm going to start off with this pair to win the class. I just really love how they handle. The young lady has done a nice job feeding on these guys. They've got a good touch. These guys equally as good. They're good, two good productive sheep. So I'm going to give those guys a purple and then give these guys a blue. So let's give these two pairs a round of applause, please.
First place would be Taylor McDowell, and second would be Autumn Barrett. We will now choose the champion and reserve champion Community Lamb Barn Project. Jeremy Hoskins, could you come to the ring, please?
Oh, we're loaded. All right. Well, in this class, or in this division here, we have that. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. We have a trophy for this class donated by Dr. Decker's family. He was a longtime superintendent of the Lamb project and really liked the production part of it. Family generously donated some money, and we put it forward for this trophy. And then Jeremy has purchased a plaque at our fundraising banquet to also help support the project. Give them both a big hand.
All right, in this division here, there's one lamb I really thought kind of excelled in all the things that I like, muscle, balance, frontiness, and handle, and it's going to be this young lady right here. Go ahead and bring your lamb up here. Reserve, it gets a lot closer. I really like both of these when you get your hands on them. They're pretty solid. They handle with a good amount of muscle and everything. The weather, I like his size, and I like the way he comes off. Until you get to his hook and pins, he kind of pinches in there a bit more. This ewe lamb here, I like the way she handles it. Comes across her top, and it comes into that hip. Grant, I'd like to have her a little bit wider, too, but I feel she's just excels, so this young lady is going to be a reserve.
So your champion is Taylor McDowell, and your reserve champion is Autumn Barrett. .28.
Yes.
So it wasn't her heavy one. That one's the one that won. Okay. So it was the lighter one that won. All right, we're ready for our raised and bred market lamb class 1. This is for 105 to 137 pounds. This class will consist of Carissa Stevenson, Cheyenne Kiley, Carissa has a second lamb, and then Cody Stevenson.
Clover kids to start getting their lambs ready.
So if we could get the Clover kids to start gathering in the barn and start getting ready for their lambs. On the Clover kids, please go to the barn and start getting ready for your show.
I was told no.
We'll page you.
In this class, I'm going to start with the heavyweight Blue Weather here. He just excels in his class of his look and his style, his presentation, his handle. I really like the way he moves around the ring, moves very freely. Yeah, I'd like to maybe give him a little bit lower leg, but he's a good guy, and he's really come across that top really nice and strong. Great front end on him, just a really attractive looking Weather. My tough pair was in the middle two here. Built kind of similar in their type and kind, maybe a little bit maybe too much middle in there sometimes. What broke it is this guy handles a little harder, a little less condition, and it's hard with the Dorsets. They get fatter faster. So he just carried a little bit more looseness when you started feeling down in there, carrying the condition over his rib. But yet two very similar, good, productive type sheep. And this sheep, he's kind of got that wild look and everything to him, but he really lacks volume and middle body. He's really up in his flank. Really wanted to give it that. But there's some really neat pieces there, but you'd have to breed him accordingly. So let's give these girls a round of applause, and guy.
So first place went to Cody Stevenson. Second place was to Carissa Stevenson. Cody, Carissa, and Cheyenne all received blue, and Carissa received red on her second lamb. Our next class is 144 to 154 pounds. This class will consist of Carissa Stevenson, Cody Stevenson, Cheyenne Kiley, and Cody Stevenson has the second one.
Alrighty, we're going to start off here again with this Weather. Just really like the way he moves around the ring. He's presented really well. He's attractive. He's good in his front end. When he comes up over his top, you really like him. The flies are starting to get after everybody out here. He just wins this class pretty handily, I think. You get over his top, he carries that width all the way down to his hook and pin. Just a really good lamb. Back here to this other wether here. Wether, like I said before in the other class, I really love his elevation. I love his neck set. I love the way he comes out. Big ribs, strong tops. I don't really care for the way he walks. He says set his feet underneath him, and when he does that, then he breaks his hip-loin juncture there. Come across with another wether here that handles really good, really solid. Just doesn't have quite the pizzazz and flair as some of them, and then that lower 1/3. And the wether that follows him in type and kind, the wether he really liked for his production is for his growth, for his rate of gain type deal, but just doesn't come out as strong and as powerful in the meat cuts that he needs. So let's give these guys a round of applause, please.
So first place was Cody Stevenson. Second place was Cody Stevenson. His first place lamb received a purple. Cody, Cheyenne, and Carissa's lambs all received a blue. Now we will pick our champion and reserve champion, home-raised and bred market lamb. We're going to need the lightweight, medium weight, and heavyweight champions and reserve champions from each class to come up here to get ready for the grand champion and reserve champion. We will also need the commercial and home raised in those classes too.
So as far as for championship in this division, I feel it's pretty easy. This lamb here, he just walks away. So congratulations. And for reserve, I'm going to follow up the one that came out of the same class. He'll be a reserve.
So your champion was Cody Stevenson, and your reserve champion was also Cody.
Okay, so this is what we've all been waiting for, the championship drive. We've got all the different divisions out here that we're champions showing. We're going to have a trophy donated by Roger Naylor family for the Grand Champion Market Lamb, as well as a plaque donated by People's Bank. And we'll have representatives of that family and bank present those. If you can just kind of be on deck, we'll get you in when he names that. And then we have a plaque from Muir Embroidery for the Reserve Champion Market Lamb, and we'll also get that presented. As of before, we still don't have reserve rosettes, so the reserve champions, reserve grand champion still deserves a rosette, but we'll give you a straight purple ribbon to take place of it for now. If Todd Muir can hear me, would he come to the show ring, please?
All right, let's give these kids a round of applause. This is pretty awesome. So I just want to say thank you again to the people who called me up and asked me to come do this again. I really appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. You got, like I said before, you have a great group of kids to work with. It's enjoyable. But this is the hard part. This is the not part enjoyable because I have to only pick one or two because there's about 4 or 5 of them out here I really like. With that being said, you guys all watched me and all the guys who know judging and judges. These are the two I'm kind of landing on to pick one of these two for grand. They're both out of the same mold. I like them both a bunch. I'm just going to talk about them just a second. This Weather here out of the medium division, I really like the way he comes in his bottom of his chest floor. He's extra cool there. He comes up out of his head and neck. He's got a ton of muscle. He wants to overstretch just a bit and sometimes break in the hip loin. You're doing a good job trying to show that out of him. I love his power and I love his prettiness up front there. Then you got the big boy out of the heavyweight division, just chock full of meat. He doesn't run as much uphill as the other one, but he's pretty close. Both of them are really good in their blade and the way they come up in that front part of their shoulder. He's a little straight-legged in his back wheels, and it kind of throws his skeleton off at times. She's done a good job trying to show that out of him. He kind of wants to get up in his top just a skosh. But equally, these two are made in that same mold and that same pattern, and they're just loaded with, like I say, I can't get over again how much muscle they have and how nicely they handle. So with that being said, I'm going to pick these two gals for grand and reserve. It's just a matter of which one I do here a second. Have any presentation, Steve? Okay, can I have the grand presentation? So which one should I pick?
I don't know.
Rock, paper, scissors? So the medium weight is going to be your grand, and the heavyweight is going to be your reserve. Good job. Good job. Good job. Guys, good job. Sorry. It's off.
So your grand champion was Emmeline Wright, and your reserve was Elise Badger. Outstanding job.
Good job. Run for it.
All right, now we're getting ready for the Clover kids. Well, hopefully you're all back here in the back of the ring getting ready. We got 2 classes here.
How many do I need? I'll just grab one.
Do you want them interviewed or you just want, what do you want there?
Yeah, make it entertaining. Good job.
I got to put cedars in 70 head of ewes this afternoon. What? Oh, well.
I'll make it quickly entertaining.
No. I'll give them their time.
Were you gonna? Jeremy just want to see one. Well, I don't. The Clover kids are, but not anyone else.
We're going to do the Clover Kids Little Lamb Show here next, kind of taking a break to get ready to do that. Then I'd like to have Eli Hardaway, Jackson Turner, Madison Karstens, and Cody Stevensons bring their lambs up to the ring to receive recognition for the champion and reserve champion rate of gain, as well as the champion production lamb and the reserve champion production lamb. So if we could get Eli, Jackson, Madison, and Cody to kind of round up their lambs and bring them up at any time, we'd like to bring you out and recognize you.
This is our first class. So this is our first class of Clover Kids. In this class we have Lindsay Goffner, Kenna Minahan, Keegan Minahan, Averill Shahan, Becca Shahan, Estella Carver, Aiden Deal.
Second class, there's a Quentin Messer that is not on there. Okay, you got him.
Yeah. All right, we're getting ready to start our Clover Kid class here. And so we're going to start, I'll start down at the other end and I'll work this way here. You got him? Awesome, awesome. So what's your name?
Kenna.
So Kenna, what do you like about showing lambs?
That they're really fun to hold.
They are. They can be a handful though, can't they? You're doing a really good job. So what's the lamb's name? Do you know? I'll come to you.
Tilly.
Tilly. That's cool. You don't hear that name very often. That's neat. So what do you want to show lambs, do you think, when you get older, for sure?
Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. If they ever ask me back, I'll look for you, okay? Hi, good morning. What's your name?
Keegan.
Keegan. What's his name?
Gigi.
Gigi. How'd you get Gigi?
This isn't mine. It's my sister.
Oh, yeah, your sister. Yeah, I understand. I had two of them, too. I still have them, I guess. So, what do you think you want to do when you grow up?
Show.
Show. Good answer, good answer. So, did you help break Gigi to the halter at all?
Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. So you helped your sister tail it around the yard?
Mm-hmm.
Good job, good job. Good to meet you, Keegan. So what's your name, young man?
Aiden.
Aiden, right? Yep, cool, I can read. So, what's his name?
Snow.
Snow. Why Snow?
She was born in the winter.
Oh, yeah. I vaguely remember that part of it. So, what do you like about helping with lambs?
I like walking them.
Walking them? That is fun, isn't it? Especially when they're tame. So, he hasn't stepped on your toe, has he?
No.
Not yet.
No.
Trust me, it'll happen sooner or later. So, what do you want for projects besides sheep when you grow up and get 4-H?
I don't know.
You want like woodworking or calves or pigs or? Just sheep.
Sheep.
There you go. That a good boy.
How big she was when you got her.
So how big was she when you got her?
Maybe this big. Not too big.
Was she? We have a real little one born. We call them pocket sheep because you can just stick them almost in your pocket. Was she that kind of size?
No.
No. A little bit bigger. Okay. Well, good job. Good luck. Good morning. How are you doing, young lady?
Good.
So what's your name?
Lindsay.
Lindsay. So I see you're leading your big brother's lamb.
Yeah.
Do you know his name?
Alfalfa.
Alfalfa. Now, that's not from the Little Rascals, is it? It is? Are you old enough to know that Alfalfa? Do you know who he was? You have to Google it.
The reason I chose that name is because when I was little, my parents would call me Alfalfa because of that.
Oh, we have more than one alfalfa in there. Yeah, a little hair. Yeah, I got that. I remember that. So, do you think you want to show lambs when you get older?
Yes.
Awesome, awesome. So, did you help halter break him?
Yes.
Okay, good, good. So, I think somebody out there is calling you on that one. You think so? You can wave to him if you want. You don't want to wave to him? Yeah, you should. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, that's good princess wave. That's cool. Well, congratulations. I'm glad you came out and showed today. Oh, he did get you on the toe? Ah. All right. Well, good job. Thanks. How are you doing, young lady?
Good.
Good, good. So what's your name?
Estella.
Estella. That's a very pretty name. So what's his name?
Bolt.
Bolt?
Yeah.
Bolt. Now, that's not because he like bolt fast, is he?
No.
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 So, what do you think you want to do when you grow up for 4-H?
I don't know.
Do you want to like run for county council or
I kind of just want to show.
just want to show? That a good girl. So, what do you like to do other than 4-H? Do you have dance class or anything like that?
Gymnastics.
Oh, gymnastics. Ooh. Makes my back hurt just thinking about it. Good. Congratulations. Good luck. So how are you doing, young lady? What's your name?
Avra.
Oh. Hey, that's a really pretty name. So what's his name?
Jack.
Jack. How did he get his name Jack? So who taught you how to hold a lamb?
My mom and dad.
Your mom and dad. Good. Did your sister help at all? No. I like the way you're holding his head up. That looks really good. So, do you want to show lambs in the open shows and jackpots when you get older?
Yeah.
Awesome. So, what do you like to do other than showing lambs?
I like to work my sheep.
That's good. We could use it for a few more kids like that in the barn sometimes. So, do you get to help? Did you guys have ewes? Do you have to help them lamb out at all? You go in the lambing barn?
Yeah.
Do you do some bottle lambing too then?
Sometimes.
Sometimes they get kind of nasty, those bottle lambs. They want to bite you. You ever gotten bit by a bottle lamb?
Sometimes.
Yeah, I have too. That kind of hurts. Well, good job. Good luck. So, what's your name, young lady?
Becca.
Becca. So, what's his name? Do you know?
Danger.
Danger. Whoa, danger. So, why is he stranger danger or just is he trouble? Or is your middle name Danger? No, that's good. That'd make your mom and dad real happy. So, what do you like to do with the lambs?
I like to blow their legs out.
Okay. Do you get to go to the wash rack and help your sister?
Yeah.
That's cool. So, what do you like to do other than 4-H? Do you have dance or gymnastics or taekwondo or anything like that? Do you play the piano? No. Can you sing? You're killing me here, Averill. No, you're really cute. You've done a good job. Thanks. Let's give all these kids a good round of applause. I think the future's pretty bright.
Well, here is the second class of Clover kids. This class consists of Bentley Hoskins, Quinlan Hoskins, Elena Stevenson, Colin Taggart, Lillian Barrett, Stella Lautner, and Jersey McDonald. Quinlan Messer.
All righty. Good luck. May the force be with you, yeah. Are you ready, Elena? I cheated. I saw your name. So everybody knows your name because you got your back to the crowd. See, Elena. I guess that. Either that or I'm psychic, one or the other. So, hi, Elena. My name's Gerald. How are you doing today?
Good.
Are you having fun?
Uh-huh.
Now, do you have a name for the big boy?
Yeah.
What's that?
Bruce.
Bruce. Like Bruce Willis? Bruce Isaac Bruce? Bruce Lee? No?
No.
Just Bruce. Your dad's name's not Bruce, is it?
No.
Okay. Okay. So, what do you like best about leading the lamb around?
That you get... I don't know.
That's okay. That's okay. So, what do you have any other Clover Kid projects?
No.
No, not yet. Okay. So, did you help your brother and sister in the barn at all?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Did you help washing?
No.
No. Oh, you got to work on that. You got slave labor. So, do you think you want to show lambs when you get older?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Awesome. Well, good luck to you when you do, okay? Hi, what's your name?
Stella.
Well, hey, Stella. What's the little guy's name?
Maya.
Maya. Oh, that's a really pretty name. Is there any story behind the name Maya?
No.
No, just name Maya. That's cool. So, I really like your boots. They're pretty neat. Where'd you get those?
I don't know.
I don't know. Mom got them?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, did you help get Maya broke to lead?
Yeah.
That's awesome. So, what do you think you want to do when you get to be a 4-H'er?
I don't know.
Yeah, you never know. There's a lot of things to do, isn't there?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good luck when you do them. You have a really pretty. I like those. They're really cute. So, how are you doing this morning?
Good.
So, what's your name?
Jersey.
Jersey. Well, that's interesting. So, what's his name?
Delilah.
Ooh, is that a biblical thing or?
No.
No, just Delilah. That's cool. So, what do you think you want to do when you grow up here in the show ring?
I want to show a cow and some type of a duck.
A duck? How do you show a duck?
I forgot how.
I don't even know. That's why I was curious. Do you kind of like goose him along or?
I don't think so.
Oh, probably better not. There's some animal rights people. So, do you think you want to show sheep too then?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, best of luck when you do, okay? See you later.
Bye.
So you got him wrangled up?
Yeah.
So what's your name, young lady?
Lillian.
Lillian. That's a very pretty name. So what's his name?
He doesn't have one.
He doesn't have one. He's just sheep. So when you call him, do you go, "Hey, sheep, come here"?
No.
Well, I do that in the barn with some of my cats. That's cat 1 and cat 2. Do you think they come to me when I call them cat?
I don't know.
If I have food in my hands. So, what do you think? Do you want? Do you want to show lambs when you get older?
Maybe.
Maybe. Well, what else would you like to do otherwise in 4-H?
I don't know.
Well, there's, like I said to some of the other kids, there's a lot of different things to do. And don't let anybody tell you, but I met my wife in 4-H, so you never know. So good luck to you, and I hope to see you sometime again showing sheep. You never know, right?
Yeah.
All right, bye-bye. So, young man, what's your name?
Quentin.
Well, what's his name?
Willie.
Willie. So how do you get the name Willie?
Well, I don't know.
It's just kind of a cool name.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So, do you help your brothers and sisters when you're out working in the barn?
No.
No. You think they might drag you out when you get older?
Nope.
Ooh, good luck to that, huh? Do you think you want to show sheep when you get older?
Yes.
Awesome, awesome. What do you think you like about the sheep?
Leading them around.
There you go. All right. Well, good luck to you when you get older. How are you doing, young man?
Good.
So, what's your name?
Colin.
So, Colin? What's your lamb's name?
Daisy.
Daisy. That's a really pretty name. Any story behind the Daisy name?
No.
No, just a pretty flower. Yeah, there you go. So, do you like helping your brothers and sisters in the barn?
No.
Oh, no. Uh-oh. You better watch out. They're listening. You're not scared of that, are you?
No.
I didn't think so. You don't think they'll make you help and go work on their projects?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of fun as a family, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So, what else do you do outside of 4-H?
I don't know.
Just have fun and be a guy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, best of luck to you, all right? Thanks. Hey there, how are you doing?
Good.
So what's your name, young man?
Bentley.
Well, Bentley, what's the sheep's name?
Gary.
Gary. Any story behind the Gary name?
No.
Nope, just Gary. So, do you like leading them around?
Yeah.
They haven't stepped on your toe or anything, have they?
No.
Nope. So, what do you like to do?
Take care of cattle.
Ooh, take care of cattle. Not the sheep, huh?
No.
No, huh? Well, I think maybe your family might have something to say about that later on, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're smart. So, do you think you want to show lambs or just calves at the fair?
Calves.
Well, yeah, we'll see how that goes. Good luck to you, Bentley. Good to meet you. So, is that like somebody over there said you had hair like Princess Leia? Do you know who that is?
No.
It's a famous lady in some movie that's really famous, I guess. She had little hair buns. Is that space buns? I don't know. I'm a guy. I don't know about girls' hair. So what's your name, young lady? I'm very sorry.
Quinlan.
So what's his name?
Bella.
Oh, okay. Wow. So what do you like about leading lambs?
Walking them.
You like walking them? Do you like setting them up at all?
Yes.
So, you got some sparkly boots down there. Those are pretty cool. Where'd you get those?
I don't know. My mom bought them.
Yeah, good things for moms, right? So, do you think you want to show lambs when you get older?
Yeah.
Yep. So, what do you think you want to do when you grow up?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's okay. Sometimes I'm not sure either. So, thank you very much for coming out today. Let's give these kids a round of applause, please.
We have Eli and Jackson in the back of the ring with their lambs. You want to bring those out for me? Okay, so Eli and Jackson have the champion rate of gain, and it's actually a tie. They both gained 71 pounds in what I think was 68 days. In spite of the fact the computer took it out to 7 digits, they couldn't name a winner, so we got 2 winners. So great job feeding your lambs, and hope we see you again next year. Thank you for coming up. The next class, we've got the champion and reserve production lambs. This is a combination of rate of gain, loin eye size, and back fat. And it comes down to an equation that figures out retail cuts value. We've got Madison Karstens is our champion production lamb. And Cody Stevenson has a reserve production lamb. Madison's just missed rate of gain. Her lamb grew 70 pounds. Had a ribeye area of 4.34 inches, which is really good. And a USDA yield grade of 2.9. Retail cut gain is 0.308. So she's the number 1 lamb in the production class. Cody Stevenson's close behind. Average daily gain wasn't quite so good, but back fat was a little bit better. Ended up with a ranking of 0.266 of the BRC. So congratulations to these two, and you gave them a champion, a reserve champion ribbon, correct? Okay, thanks for coming by. We're ready then for the first class of pens of 3. We've got 2 classes of pens of 3, and then we'll be doing showmanship. The seniors first, intermediate, and junior. And for the senior showmanship class, I want all of the graduating seniors to come to the ring, even if they're not being in the showmanship class, to start things off.
I'm going to give you a reminder again, if you've won champion or reserve champion today in any class, make sure that you get with Kim back here in the back and get your picture taken with your lamb. So if you're not sure whether you're supposed to or not, come up and talk to Kim. So our first class, pen of 3 market, is 316 to 391 pounds. We have Caden Burbank, Brianna Pope, and Aiden Bardole in this class.
So for the pen of threes here, I'm just going to talk down them a little bit, and we're going to start here. This guy's in the first hole right now. You've got one bigger one, two smaller ones, and you decided to do that. That's cool because the presentation is everything in the pens of threes. I mean, the quality of lambs, of course, but it's harder when you have one big one. And you can do this method, or you can put the one. Usually, what you want to do, if you don't have as much size disparity, is to put the worst one in the middle and smash the other ones two up again it, and to hide it. So these guys here, it's interesting because you all spaced them out, and that's traditionally you all are quite a bit younger than me. This used to be a big thing in the pennants of threes. So what we would do when we have a pen of threes is we'd jam them up close together here. And the ewe lamb is probably the shortest bodies of the two. So you would actually get their rumps all in a line, and then you would kind of hold yourself back a little bit to get an illusion of being longer bodied. See, it's all the trick of making things look uniform, and you've got the quality when the judge is handling over the top. Now, you guys stuck the smaller one in the middle, and that's interesting, too, because it just gives it a little different ambiance. But there is an art to pens of threes, and it's an art that's lost, and it's too bad. We've got some lambs here that, I've seen them all day, so I'm not going to overdo the terms and everything. So I'm just going to place you here. This one's in the middle. They're going to be first. I'd like to give them a purple ribbon. You guys are going to be reserved or second in this class, and I'm going to give you guys a blue ribbon, and I'm going to give you guys a blue ribbon all, and you'll be third in the class. Let's give these kids a round of applause. It's not as easy as it looks, especially when you're digging out kids from the audience.
So first is Brianna Pope, second is Aiden Bardol, and third is Caden Burbank. Our second class is for the 424 to 437 pounds. And this class also has three in it, and it's Avery Bardol, Madison Karstens, and Cody Stevenson.
go so long, Dave, when you see sheep getting thrown around. All right, we got another nice set of 3 pens of 3 here. I'm just going to talk them down the line here a little bit. The first set, they got a little bit of size disparity in there, but they're all handled very close to the same. They're presented nicely and look like they're all good doers. Well, we know the one especially, but a nice set there, and they all handle really quite uniform. Then we have this set over here. We got salt and pepper going on, and but yet I see you get the tier thing there. That's cool. Very good handling sheep, presented very well. Just a nice set of sheep that carry it, that muscle all the way on through. A good job there, guys. And then we have another set down here. Just really close in their frame size and in their uniformity in that way. But we have one that has quite a bit more power to them than the other two. But really an equally nice set of pens of 3s. But for this class, I'm going to go with this pen for the first place in this class. You guys will have second place in the class, and you guys have third. And we'll go purple, blue, and red, please.
So first is Cody Stevenson, second is Madison Karstens, and third is Avery Baldrol. Now we will go for the grand champion and reserve grand champion, pin of 3.
Two really nice sets of pens of 3s. Are all 6 lambs high quality. We got 2 sets of salt and peppers here, so that's making things just a little bit more difficult. But and then the flies are starting to really get after the lambs right now. But I'm going to go with the lightweight set to win this division here. Just the 3, their frame size. I mean, all 6 of them are good sheep, but you got just the uniformity I think you got going on there in your size and your length of body and all that going on. So you're our champion pen of 3. Congratulations, and you'll be the reserve pen of 3.
So your grand champion is Brianna Pope, and your reserve grand champion is Cody Stevenson. Now we'll be moving on to showmanship.
We're going to do senior showmanship. Chris, hang on a second, right where you're at. Before we get started, the lamb producers have gotten great support from the community. We've tried to support the junior projects as best we can. I think we've done a really good job with that. We got together and talked about it and decided we'd like to also give a scholarship check to each of the outgoing seniors. We have 5 seniors who are going to graduate this year. They're each going to receive a check for $200. So, Carissa, if you come forward. Michaela Kafer, Avery Bardot, Zachary Byronk and Carissa Stevenson. So thank you very much for being with us for so many years, and we're going to miss your smiling faces. Come back and visit us whenever you can. You got his too? There's Michaela's. You bet. And I saw the lady with the... Yeah, there you go. I'll go to her. She didn't get to show today because somebody did something nasty to her knee, but we thank her for bringing her lambs and giving her sister a lot of work. Thank you. You are welcome. Okay. Do you want to talk to these senior showmen, or you want me to just bring them in? All right, senior showmen, you're now competing as soon as you walk through the gate. Well, that's good. That's what Elder told me, that they'll decide I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Looking the other way, it didn't.
All right, here's our first senior showman, or here's our senior showmanship class. This should consist of Avery Bardole, Zachary Burbank, Grace Hardaway, Michaela Kafer, Carmen Pop, Kaylee Rankin, Cody Stevenson, Carissa Stevenson, Jackson Turner, and Riley Rankin.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't have a grand in reserve senior. You just have a grand. Okay, that's cool. All right, in the crowd, thanks for being patient with me. Senior showmanship, and showmanship is something I take very seriously because you can show yourself into or out of a placing, and actually some have today. So when you're doing the showmanship, you really want to have control of that lamb, and you want to understand what your movements with your hands and on how you do your heads affects the rest of the body. The head is the steering wheel. Okay, so especially in the juniors, we saw a lot of the wrapping around, and that's kind of normal for little kids. I'd like to see the hand placement up behind the head and with your thumb either around the ears. It depends how you feel comfortable doing it, and it's different with a taller person versus a shorter person also. But you want to center your body up in there, and I was telling one person earlier, if you hurt from your hips down at the end of a show, you've done it right. Because if you're lifting with your arms on your head, just think if somebody wanted to lift you up by your head, you're going to fight and kick and fuss for all it's worth. So you want to be able to set those lambs to get that brace and to get down, and you want that lamb to be pressing into the inside of your thigh, and so you have control, and you can use your hips to bring it up and push in, so that all your hands are doing is positioning the head. Now you think, well, okay, I'm just holding the head, but where I was talking to this young lady in class too, it changes the way your lamb looks when you bring his head up, when he comes out of his neck set and his head's forward like that. Otherwise, when you allow him to have his head, it changes the skeleton. You got to remember, everything is connected there, and then that all of a sudden makes her brace too much and makes her break in her back, or they can get up in their top. So these are things that you want to realize, and what you do has an effect on what the lamb, and then what actually the placing sometimes and what you get. And you have to know the weaknesses and the strengths if you have a strength in a lamb. My son had a lamb years ago, and it had a big front, but it had a big butt, and it was a pretty decent lamb. And he wrapped his front leg around the front. It would never show the judge his front leg. Well, he ended up getting grand champion with that lamb in the class, and the judge asked him, he says, how come you never got yourself positioned right on that lamb? He goes, did you see his front? He says, I never wanted to show you his front. So you got to know what your strengths and your weaknesses, what you want to show. So there's two people in here that have shown all day that there's a bunch of them that have done a really nice job, but two of the people that I feel have excelled in the placement of the legs, and all of them have been very nice kids to work with. I've really thoroughly enjoyed this. But your grand champion senior showman is this young man right here. Congratulations.
So your champion senior showman is Cody Stevenson. Congratulations. Are we ready?
Cody has also presented a traveling trophy donated by the Frank Keating family. You have to have been in Greene County for quite a while to know how dedicated they were to the sheep industry, but that was a number of years ago. We continue to use those trophies, and they've donated for the senior as well as the junior showmanship. The next class will be then the intermediate showmanship.
Okay, in this class, intermediate showmanship, this is Aiden Bardole, Caden Burbank, Chandlin Cunningham, Isaac Carver, Taylor McDowell, Kalia Messer, Lucas Oakes, Braden Turner, Emmeline Wright.
So you guys are in no particular order. I just randomly pick people to, I want to see how quickly you can set them up, how correctly you can set them up, what you're looking for. You all did a nice job as far as courtesy. You're all lined up really nice and straight. Nobody's terribly out of line. Then we have some people showing on the opposite sides, and that gets a little bit discombobulating sometimes. But there's 3 kids that really have stuck out in the intermediate class here to me all day long that have done a really nice job showing. It's the same thing, like I said to the seniors. It's you wanting to make your lamb look as best as it possibly can. The 3 that have stuck out to me, this young man over here, this lady over here, and this young lady over here, you 3 have done a really nice job. It's just a matter of learning and knowing and doing. And it's just like anything. It's sports or anything else. It's practice, and the practice makes you get the benefit, it reaps the rewards. But the young person I'm going to start off with for our intermediate champion is the young lady right here. I love the way she gets her feet set. She gets them stuck. She's efficient, and she does a really nice job.
So your intermediate showmanship champion is Emmeline Wright.
Emmeline also receives a traveling trophy that was donated by Cayenne Tiffany family. So she'll have her name engraved on that and be able to keep it for the year. Did you get that? You got that to her.
We're now getting ready for our junior showmanship. This class will have Autumn Barrett, Madison Karstens, Landon Goffner, Eli Hardaway, Cheyenne Kiley, Kalia Minahan, Adya Messer, Dakota Ostrander, Brianna Pope, and Cody Taggart.
So I'd like to thank you all for coming out for our show. This is going to be our last class. It's been great to do something normal after a long hiatus. But I think this is probably the biggest crowd we've ever had. And I'd think you all ought to give yourselves a hand for all the support you give your youngsters. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're going to do the Master Showman. I'm sorry. Cody's going to be in that too. I got ahead of myself. We do have a Master Showman class coming up as well. Those 2 are going to show against each other for Master Showman, and then they'll compete on Sunday in a round-robin showmanship class where they show multiple species. One more thing I'd like to announce: the goat show will begin at 2:30, so there'll be a little bit of a break when we get done. Hopefully, you guys didn't eat all the lamb burgers. I'm hoping to get one when I get up there. But we've got a really quality, large group of goats to show, so we should have a great goat show coming up, and that will start at 2:30. For parents who are in the crowd of the showman, I need to have, after the show, at least by Saturday noon, lambs that you're not going to sell amongst the market lambs marked off. We have a bid from the Colfax Livestock Company for $2.50 a pound. We've got market lambs in here that are going to bring up $425 a piece. So it's an incredible market right now. We need to take advantage of it. But please let me know if you're going on to other shows and not going to sell animals that are listed on the market lamb show. So there'll be the speckled face, white face market lambs and the blackface market lambs. Any that you're going to be taking home, not selling, please check those off for me on the board out here on this west end of the lamb barn. Thank you.
Okay, and your juniors, it's great to see such a large group of juniors, actually all of the age groups here, to see the amount of numbers of kids you have come out for showmanships. Some shows, some county has to go to, you don't even see a couple come out, and it's disappointing. There's several in here that have kind of swam their way to the top as far as the things they do right to present their lambs. I want to recognize a couple of them. The young lady at the end has done a nice job presenting her lamb. I love the way she gets into it. She's got the show motion. She's got her head and hands in the right place to help the lamb. This young lady they had here has a lot of potential. I think with a little bit of work, you could really rise your game up, step it up quite a bit. This young man here is doing a little bit. You kind of tend to overbrace sometimes. Kind of watch where if you're overbracing, her front feet are normally too far back, and you kind of like that Superman look, like you're jumping through a window. You know, that's not a good look. You want them to look square on the points with their legs, so that holds their body and top together. But you're doing an awful nice job. And then the young lady up there is, when you get your hands and everything, learn how to do it in the right spot, you've got good instincts. And all of you kids can just keep on going and keep on trying. Talk to another older person in your county or a parent or another older parent that can coach you along, because showmanship makes or breaks placings, like I said, with the seniors. So, but the young lady I'm going to use out here as the end will be your champion junior showman. Congratulations.
So your champion junior showman is Brianna Pope. Congratulations. So now we're ready for our master showman. We will just have 2 participants in this one, Elise Badger and Cody Stevenson.
For those of you who are latecomers, our judge today has been Gerald Dropert. He's done a great job. The kids really, I think, enjoyed having him work with them. I've enjoyed working with him. I'd like to thank him for all the time and effort he's given us. And will you please give him a big round of applause? So your champion master showman was Elise Badger. I think that was our last class. I want to thank everybody for coming today to our sheep show. I want to thank everybody that helped out in the ring, out back, in the barn,
We also want to thank Home State Bank for sponsoring our live stream today. I think that's a first. So everything went successful, and we want to thank everybody for coming today. Thank you.